Consolidated School District meeting to order. Could we all bow our heads in prayer? Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we just thank you for this day. Thank you for this hour, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God, that we lift up the boys and girls of the Greenwood City and LaFleur County School District, Lord God. We ask that you touch each one of us individually as well as collectively, Lord God. We ask, Lord, that you touch us and anoint us, Lord God, to be good stewards of what you have placed us to be authority over, Lord God. Let us make good decisions. Let us take ourselves out of the way. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Chair will entertain a motion. Well, let me get you all to look at the agenda, and if you could look at 4.2 and 4.5, and let's move them to 7.4 and 7.5. .2 being 7.4, 4.5 being 7.5. Then on 4.8, I'm going to ask that we table that item because we have not had enough time to digest all that information. We will table 4.8.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I think you have to entertain a motion to table that, unless you're making a motion now for.
Will I do that last?
Okay.
Okay, and if you can look at 4.11 and 4.13, and you all make a decision to, if you've had enough time to look at those items, 4.11, 4.13, I'll let y'all make the call on that.
Madam President, I'm fine with 4.11 and 4.13. I would review both.
Okay. Well, Chair will entertain a motion to amend the agenda to delete 4.2 and 4.5 and add them to 7.4 and 7.5.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is carried. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda. Been motion and second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Good evening. The Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District's faculty and staff are working to ensure the focus remains on academic achievement. As of today, the total student enrollment is 4,311 students. COVID-19 updates for the months of March and April. There have been a total of 2 positive cases and 3 individuals quarantined. End-of-year state exams are being administered. To date, the district has assessed 277 of the 346 third graders in English language arts, 36 of the 64 sixth graders at Amanda Elsie Junior High School in ELA, 229 of the 282 fifth graders in the district in ELA. Today, a total of 91 of the 109 students at Greenwood High School and Amanda Elsie High School will administer the U.S. history assessments. LaFleur County High School will test its students tomorrow. The state assessment exams schedules are available on the district's website and Facebook page. The next date for ACT testing is April 7th, April this weekend, this Saturday. Superintendent Social, the district hosted its virtual superintendent social on March 29th and the 30th. The Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District's Board of Trustees will recognize these individuals this evening. Graduation exercises. The Glcsd will conduct or host its graduation ceremonies on Thursday, May 20th, 2021 at Rice-Titan Stadium on the campus of Mississippi Valley State University. The ceremonies will take place at the following times: LaFleur County High School, 8:30 a.m., Amanda Elsie High School, 11:30 a.m., and Greenwood High School at 2:30 p.m. This concludes the superintendent's report.
Chair will entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Next, we'll have our school at risk report for East Elementary, our additional targeted support and interventions support, a report for LaFleur County Elementary by Dr. Pulley.
Good afternoon. For both schools, school leadership teams meet regularly to discuss data, research-based strategies, action plans, and next steps towards school improvement. Students have also been uniquely scheduled based on data to provide more time for them to receive ELA, math, and science instruction. Principals at both schools work with district-level administrators to build capacity in content-specific instructional knowledge, along with strengthening the ability to identify key components to effective teaching strategies. So both schools are working very well with its staff to support student learning, both hybrid and virtual instruction.
Next, we'll have school improvement grant updates, Ms. Coleman.
Board members, in your packet, you will see the 3 seed schools, which are Greenwood Middle, Threadview Elementary School, and Greenwood High, their most current benchmark data assessment. You will also note that the attendance at these schools have improved after implementing some action plans, with the exception of Greenwood High School, which had a slight decline but still above the state recommended 95%. The SIG schools are in year 4 of this implementation. All SIG schools will undergo a state audit on April 29th. Principals are preparing reports in a presentation to be presented to MDE. They will have to present on all 4 years of the SIG grant.
Next, we have recognitions of our employees, students, and parents of the month. Mrs. Milton.
Good evening, students, parents, and employees of the month. We're so happy today to recognize for the month of March. We don't have all of your names, but we see your smiling faces, and we're so excited that each one of you have been tapped to recognize your school or to recognize yourselves as a parent or as one of our students. We thank you and we ask you to keep up the good work. At this time, I will yield to any school board member who would also like to give a congratulatory speech.
I just want to say to students to remain focused. We are still in testing mode. Parents, remain patient. They're still in testing mode. Teachers, remain steadfast. We're still in testing mode. We want to, let children know, all children of Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District, that we support you 100%. Teachers and parents, we're supporting you 100%. Thank you for all that you do.
Madam President, I'd also like to congratulate all of them, recognizing that we all work together for the same goal, and that each of you students is an unrepeatable gift, and we just want you to be able to celebrate yourself in this world. Thank you all for all the work you do.
I would just like to say congratulations to all of you all, and as my colleagues have said, just keep up the good work and remain focused.
If no one has told you this today, I want each of you to know that you're awesome. Thank you for all of your hard work, your talents, and your efforts, and continue to put your best foot forward. Congratulations.
Thank each of you for showing up, board members. Let's give them applause. Thank you and have a good evening. Board members, if you can look in your pack and refer to your monthly reports for the chiefs, specialists, and coordinators. While we're waiting on all of them to log in, Dr. Brown, if you don't mind, if we could let Mr. Ainsworth go first. Good evening.
So the first item we have on the agenda is a approval of a sublease agreement between Due West Land Company LLC and Equin Farm. Obviously, they have an agricultural lease. This is in section 1522 North 1 West, 411.1 acres. And basically, the sublease agreement drawn up. We'll have that contract expiring, of course, of the original term, which will be December 31st, 2024. And sublessee will still be responsible for the rent and taxes that are due on that piece of property. And then the next item we have is an approval of a lease assignment where David Carroll and James Bradley Rayner doing a conveyance over to Tyler Owen. You remember 1621-1 is your Braley campsite section, and they're wanting to do a lease assignment on lot number 22. Anytime you do a conveyance between two parties, the party that's receiving that piece of property still has to abide by obviously the regulations set forth in that contract, which is mainly the rent and taxes. So those are the two items that we have before you today.
All right, Chair will entertain a motion for a sublease agreement between Due West Land Company LLC and Equin Farm that will expire on 12/24/2024. If they are
December 31st of 2024.
December 31st, I'm sorry.
Mr. Ainsworth, Madam President, are both of these agreements, leases ending on December 2024?
No, ma'am. Your agricultural leases are always for 5-year terms.
Okay,
So that's going to have a much sooner expiration. And your recreational leases that you have, which is your second one, which is Braley Campsite, most of those leases are granted for at least 25 years, and some of them are potentially up to 40-year contracts.
okay.
Ms. Ainsworth, how much are we presently receiving on these two?
Oh, what was that? I don't know that off the top of my head. Give me a minute, I can pull it up on the laptop. I know that your Braley campsite leases are in the range of $300 to $400 per lease, and you have a number of those. Your agricultural leases just depend on what was bid out and what was auctioned off at that time.
second recreation.
That is correct.
Okay.
Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Been motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the lease assignment from David Carroll and James Bradley Rayner to Tyler Owen.
So moved.
Been motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried.
While I'm here, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have about the process of where we are with some of our 60 session leases, or if there's anything that's on your mind. Think of anything. Okay. Well, thank you for your time, and you always have my cell number if you need me, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Engler. At this time, board members, if I can call your attention again to our monthly report for principals, for chiefs, specialists, and coordinators. The first one on the list we have is Ms. Howard from the cafeteria. Is Ms. Howard here?
I'm here.
Board members, any questions? While they're pondering, Ms. Howard, this is Mrs. Milton, and I just want to know from, I guess it was about a year ago, had any menus changed from the last school year to this one?
Ms. Milton, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. I can barely hear you.
From the last time that we spoke, which is probably a year ago, I was just asking, had any menus changed from that school year to this school year?
Okay, the menus we're providing now, they're all based on summer feeding, the summer feeding meal pattern. So we don't have to use the National School Breakfast and Lunch meal pattern for the summer feeding program. We have to just make sure we're serving the 5 components. And that's the meat, the bread, the grain, the vegetable, and the milk. So with that being said, I guess you could say, yes, the meal pattern has changed. The menus have changed.
And Ms. Howard, who keeps up with the expiration dates on the different food items like milk and bread? Is that like an inventory that you all keep that has the expiration date on it?
Yes, we do keep an inventory. We do keep the inventory, and according to USDA, we can only keep food items on inventory for at least 1 year. And as far as the milk automatically has an expiration date on it. So if that's, for instance, like today, we had some milk over at LaFleur Elementary that had an April 6, 2021 expiration date on it. She discarded that and served the milk that came in today. So normally if the milk comes in 1 week, we have at least a week, at least 7 to 9 days to serve that milk. And after that, we have to throw it out or discard it.
Thank you. Board member?
You're welcome.
No questions, board member? Next, we have Dr. Mario Miller, Human Resources. Dr. Miller, I have a question for you on your front page where it asks how many of your staff have been absent this month, and please include the total numbers of days for each. I really can't see that sheet. Can you just provide us with the information that is there?
Just like Ms. Howard, I can barely make you out, Ms. Milton.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. For staff absences,
Yes.
on your front page, it's like it has been deleted with, maybe some whiteout or something, so I'm just asking you to provide us with the information that goes there.
Oh, for my staff, none of us, other than there's been one staff member who's missed 2 days over the past I guess, the past month or so. But that was just for our staff, for the staff in the department. And no one else has missed any days.
Okay, and I have one more question. Your verification process, I noticed in the past, it's just like this is something new, the word verification, because in the past, when we approve of something, we only see like the years of experience and certification. So could you please explain what verification is?
As far as verification is for certified staff, our policy pretty much hammers it out pretty well. How to qualify a teacher is one that has full state certification. That means that no provisional licensure. All those teachers, they are fully certified with a standard license that has a renewal date. Most of those people will have a little, it doesn't say at the very bottom left-hand corner, it doesn't say provisional license. So our policy dictates that that years of experience pretty much is defined by our by a standard license, not a provisional license. And I'm glad you brought that up, because right now with COVID, a lot of our teachers are being updated in ELMS daily. With the lightening of those pretty much restricted tests, a lot of people have been able to go in and just go get into programs, and schools of education have gone into the ELM system and updated their licensure. Some people who have never been fully certified are getting master's degrees because they've gone to school consistently and gotten classes. And so one day you may have a person who has no license at all, and next day they may have a standard license just a standard license that has a renewal date. So right now it's really everything is what you would call kind of touch and go. You kind of, 1 minute you think that you got it right, and then you go back in the ELMS the next day, and then someone has gotten something. And along with our standard license holders, a lot of them have gone back and gotten upgrades to their licensure. You may have a person who went back and who had a double label to the master's and gone and ahead and gotten a specialty. And so, but back to your question, verification is pretty much determined by full licensure, and that is a person who holds a standard license.
Dr. Miller,
Yes, ma'am.
so how are your recruitment efforts progressing for teachers?
Well, we've done virtual as much as possible. Most of the schools that we have visited, they only allowed us to do virtual hiring, virtual career fairs is what I'm looking for. And so, and we also did a virtual career fair ourselves. We had about 70 people who attended our virtual career fair, which is a pretty good number. And that's how we do we just had one last week or a week or so ago with Valley. And everything was done pretty much over the camera and virtually. And that's how we've done it. That's how it's been done for the past year. And those efforts, I'm one of those people who like to see a face, in person. In person does have its advantages. You can, with virtual, it's good. If a person can't be able to be there, and a person doesn't have adequate transportation, but I think that most of us, as far as principals, they will prefer to see someone in person. And what we've done, even with our virtual career fair, we had the candidates meet with the principals virtually, and then they also followed it up with a face-to-face, one-on-one, or with the interview team, or with the principal's team at the school. So our recruitment efforts are, for the most part, are really going well. All of the jobs are posted, and we've got lots and lots of hits. Principals are really excited with the number of people who are now gaining licensure. Compared to years past, COVID has really been a blessing to many, many people who were unable to get licensure. And now that that has been mostly lifted, a lot of those barriers have been removed. They've been able to get licensed that had not had a license ever. You know, some people have been working as permanent subs for years, and now they're able to get licensure. Some of them have even gotten master's degrees. So yeah, everything is going very, very well, and I think most people are pretty satisfied.
Okay, so as of today, how many teachers do we still need?
We have about 60 posted. We have had about 20 people who will be coming up at the next board meeting who have submitted that they will not be returning. And so those positions, altogether, we have about 60 positions that are available right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other question, board members? Next, we have Mrs. Andrea Parker, Special Education. Ms. Parker, I would like to know, do you have adequate staffing for your student population?
Yes, ma'am. I have 522 students as of my December 1 count, and I have a few vacancies. I need about 4 teachers. I have 2 that will be retired this year, and I have 1 that will be just going to general education.
All right, Ms. Parker, another question I have for you. Do you ever go out and work in the schools?
Yes, ma'am. I go out to, well, my recent task was to go out to LaFleur and assist with the fixed asset. And I also was at Greenwood High for about 2 weeks straight before spring break. I had to assist with separating the test material, make sure that my teachers were familiar with the testing manual, and just to make sure that I supplied them with the materials that they need in order to separate the materials. I also visit Amanda Elder Junior High in the trailer to assist one of my retired teachers with some evaluation packets. Mostly every week or every day, I'm communicating with the principal or someone from their school to try to make things run smoother.
Any other questions, board members?
Ma'am?
I'm asking the other board members, do they have questions? Next, we have Mr. Amwan Brown.
Hello, good evening, I'm here.
Any questions, board members? One thing I see for you, Mr. Brown, that you've written several grants, and we appreciate you helping to bring us additional monies to the school district.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The district allowed us to apply for the USDA grant that helped us with vehicles. And we also just got through applying for the MTOPS grant that for this round. And we also applied for 2021, 22. So hopefully that we will get some money from those grants to assist in what we need to be done.
Any other questions, board members?
Madam President, I'd like to ask Mr. Brown, where do you send the officers for training?
I do a lot of training myself, but also they're also required to go through a 2-week training that's given by MDE. But this summer, fortunately enough, the district is going to be able to send us to the coast, where my newly SRO will be in training by NASRO, the National Association of School Resource Officers, and the other officers will be at MASRO, which is the Mississippi Association of School Resource Officers. They do a lot of training, and they will give us the needed hours that we need. We need 40 hours per year to apply for our grant. So this will give us the hours that's needed. So this summer, we are fortunate enough that all of us will be able to go get some training.
Thank you, that's great.
Next, we have Sabrina Tanner Moore, Chief of Alternative School.
Good evening, everyone.
So now we see that you will be the sole chief for, we will only have one alternative school. So could you please tell us, Dr. Bayless, ruined my train of thought. So could you tell us now what would be the difference, with just having one alternative school?
Well, basically, there's not going to be a whole lot of difference academically. What I expected with the students that I received from the schools that I received them from, I still expect it from the entire district. I do expect to just have more teachers so that we can ensure that all our students are learning and getting exactly what they need when they need it. Safety is, of course, one of our main concerns, or one of the issues that I know that we're going to have to ensure that we take care of, because we know what's going on in the community and we have to take that at hand and ensure that our kids are safe, which is our district, one of our goals, and the leaders are doing everything that they can to ensure that things are being put in place so that we can prepare for the upcoming school year.
So do you know, can you give me the breakdown of your staff? Not names,
At this
just
moment,
positions.
most of my staff, well, as a matter of fact, all of my staff, I don't have a staff right now, simply because two of my staff members retired, another one got another job, and the teacher that I did have on staff, she has been placed at another school. So those are things that will be forthcoming. We will sit down and actually, we're planning now as we speak of what we're going to do for the upcoming year.
So how are your services utilized when there are no students?
When there are no students, basically I'm available wherever needed. If I'm required to go to Bankston, which I did at the beginning of the year before we even received some students, I went over there to help in whatever capacity Mr. Stevens needed me, and I was there to help. I'm willing to help wherever is necessary, wherever I'm told that I need to go, and what services that I need to render, I'm available.
Any other questions, board members?
Ms. Moore,
Yes, ma'am.
would you explain the process of how a child gets to the alternative school?
Well, basically, dealing with behavior issues or academic issues, if there are some major concerns at a school, there is a referral process, and it's not that they can just say, oh, I want my child at alternative school. There is a process, and they have to go through a referral list, and they also have to go before a committee. The committee would have to hear out the issues concerning the child behaviorally as well as academically. And if they're SPED students, then we have to ensure that they have their IEPs. If they're regular kids, they have to have their IIPs. And we have to make sure that we put in place all the things necessary that these students are not missing in a regular classroom setting once they are placed in alternative setting. So we do have a process, and I do have a whole packet, and then we have a meeting with the parents to let them know, as well as the child, what the expectations are for alternative setting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Moore,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
many students do you currently have now?
Currently, since we've had COVID, I can't remember the exact number that we had. I do have it on a form. I do keep up with every document. As of right now, I don't have it in front of me. I was prepared for something else, but to be honest, I do have those numbers and I can get them to you. So I'm just not, I don't have that right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board members? Next, Geneva Vacation, Office of Testing and Professional Development. And while we have Ms. Cation up front, Ms. Flowers, do you mind getting a copy of the testing security plan for 2021 to give each board member a copy of it, please? Ms. Cation, I would like to ask you about, on your front page, I would like to know how do you monitor the biology instruction at the 3 high schools?
Good evening, everyone. Prior to the takeoff of testing, implementation of testing, I was doing virtual classrooms observations for biology 1 teachers.
Just observations only?
Observations and giving feedback to the teachers.
I can't, can you speak up a little bit, Ms. Cation?
Sure. I said I was doing virtual observations and providing written feedback to the teachers and the principals based upon the observations that I saw.
Question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Dr. Brown or Ms. Cation, in regards to the comprehensive percentages, that second school on your report at the very top, you have 3 high schools. The second one, can you speak to what's going on with those percentages and how we're going to address those?
With LaFleur County High School, is that the one to which you were referring?
I didn't call the school name, Ms. Cation. I just said the one in the middle.
Okay, well, the one in the middle
Yes,
is
ma'am.
LaFleur County High School. And if we look from the first 9 weeks to the second 9 weeks to the comprehensive, we can see that those particular scores have decreased. Part of that is because of student attendance in the classes that I'm told from the teachers. If the students are not showing up in the classes, then they can't be taught. So that is one of the problems.
And Ms. Cation, can you work with Mr. Russell if that's not asking too much, because you mentioned student absenteeism, but from the data that we were provided, the floor does not have a high absentee rate.
Okay.
But, you know, anything that we can do to get those scores up would be ideal. And thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Keshen, I wanted to ask about the biology labs. I know during COVID, everything has been virtual, but prior to COVID, are they hands-on labs with dissection?
No, ma'am. At this time, the labs in the district need to be fully staffed or equipped with the necessary equipment to do actual labs.
When is the last time that you know of that there was dissection in biology in any of the high schools?
Oh, dissection is really not a concept that's tested. So since I was a teacher in the classroom, we didn't focus on dissection. So that's not a concept that's tested.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, in your opinion, Ms. Cation, just like with the feedback that Ms. Abraham just gave, you said that's an item that's not being tested, but we're looking at these scores. So, could you just provide us with, like, how do you think this can be turned around? Because like Dr. Bailey said, LaFleur High doesn't have chronic absenteeism, so it's gotta be something else.
Yeah, when I think about it, it just takes thorough planning on the teacher's part and knowing what you're doing when you're going in the classroom. And it's going to take the students being involved and concerned with their education. There are 3 primary areas that are focused on our subject area test: that's cell structure and function, reproduction and heredity, and ecology. And we have devised a plan. We reworked the pacing guide where the teachers will teach basically those particular concepts and skills. For biology, a student only needs to score at least 58% on the test to be considered as proficient. That number was set by the state. So I don't think it is hard to achieve a 58%. But it's going to take everybody on, doing what they're supposed to do, and that includes the students as well. The teachers are going to have to plan for it, know what they're teaching when they go before the students, have meaningful and active engagement strategies to present to the students, and the students are going to have to pay attention and do what it is that they're supposed to do and attend class.
Ms. Cation?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you all devised a plan and, did you use the term reworked, a pacing guide, reworked the pacing
Yes.
guide? At what point of the year was that done?
That was when we came back after Christmas. They had a new pacing guide that focused only on the top 3 areas of focus, the most heavily weighted items.
And those were the concepts you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam President, I wanted to go back to my question, if you don't mind, ma'am, about the dissection.
Good, Ms. Abraham.
I'm highly concerned that we have students that graduate and they go into to majors at universities and colleges that they are at a deficit when they are with other students who have had multiple occasions for hands-on labs. They are absolutely deficient when it comes to them. And what I'm hearing is, well, if it's not on the test, then we're not paying attention to it. Maybe I'm just not hearing the right thing, or maybe I'm not hearing it correctly. But they need hands-on labs.
I agree with you 100% that they need hands-on labs. They can also get those if, we have the lab materials through human anatomy and physiology to do some types of lab activities. And if we have the necessary materials to do labs, we can do them based upon the concepts that are in our curriculum. But as far as dissections for the biology content, that is just a concept that's not in the curriculum.
What is
But
the
there are
software?
labs that they can do.
What is the software program for anatomy and physiology you use?
What is the software program?
Yes, you said you had virtual programs that you could use for that.
I said I did virtual observations.
For anatomy?
For biology. I'm
For
talking about
biology,
virtual.
when you're teaching human anatomy and physiology to high school students, what do you use to teach them? In terms of bone markings, in terms of cardiovascular circulation, that kind of stuff. We said that you had models and stuff, but you're talking about just the models, like the plastic models.
Those are some things that they can use, like skeletons and plastic models. Those are some more things that could be used so that teachers can teach those concepts in human anatomy and physiology.
Well, there are multiple software programs in human anatomy and physiology that could be used too.
I agree.
And Ms. Casey, just to piggyback on Mrs. Abraham's point, biology is not my background, but chemistry is. So if you have some biology labs, I certainly would like to see some chemistry labs.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Casey, if we could speak to your primary job as testing coordinator. So, if anything changes on the district's test security plan, do you have to update it?
Yes, we do an addendum, and I have to sign it, and Dr. Brown has to sign it.
Okay, so, and is that even if a person on your security plan changes, you have to do the same?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We actually had a change at one of the schools with the school test coordinator, and we have to update that.
Okay, I'm looking at more than that, so can we get a copy of your updated plan if you don't mind?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Casey.
You're welcome.
Next, we have LaShada Roby Purnell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Any questions, board members? It's number, on on page 46. If no questions, next we have Chandra Geary.
Good evening.
Ms. Geary? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold one second. I'm sorry, Ms. Gary. Hold on one second. Ms. Daniels, we skipped you. If I can get to Ms. Daniels first.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Question, Madam President. Dr. Brown, Ms. Daniels, good evening.
Good evening.
On your report, Ms. Daniels, you have a section listed for math. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. So could you speak to school number 4 and number 5 in the very top portion, and maybe to number 7 under math as well, just to see what's going on and how we can address that?
I started working with math in January, and I would attribute some of that to instruction, virtual instruction, and some of it is those are not the same students from first 9 weeks to second 9 weeks to comprehensive. We did notice that. And if you'll look down in my notes, the scores improved slightly from first 9 weeks. Proficiency does remain low. What we've done is all we can do is we've designed remediation plans. We've given the teachers instructional routines using the content-specific resources. And we have also looked at those power standards that will be tested, and we are targeting those standards. And also, speaking to the comprehensive, some of the standards had not been taught yet, but we tested them comprehensively. So some of the things that were tested had not been taught yet. And we knew we hadn't gotten to it, but we did put it on the test because it was going to be on the state test. But we do have a plan in place for all of those.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Ms. Daniels. And my last question is, if we get down to the bottom, where we're talking about science, that's first group, I guess you could say, of schools, those numbers are very alarming, and it's possible that the same situation occurred.
The same thing with those, however, that's 5th grade, and 5th grade is one of those grades that they have not had adequate. The state, about 3 years ago, changed the science platform where they're not taught the same standards every year. So what they're taught in kindergarten won't be taught again until maybe 5th grade, so they will not have seen maybe fertilization from 5th grade, from 1st grade maybe to 5th grade. So those standards, if we don't hammer down and make sure that we have science instruction that's specific to the grade for every grade, that's what we're seeing. And we've seen that statewide when the tests changed, but that's no excuse. We just have to work a whole lot harder. We have design plans, and if you'll look down, I did do some explaining for our remediation. The teachers have gone through and either did videos themselves, or we found videos to help teach those standards, because we did see that in our 5th grade, we had quite a few teachers, about 3 of the teachers out of the 5 were new to teaching 5th grade science. So I've been working with them. We meet weekly. We've designed some lessons. We did have to revamp the lesson plan, the pacing guide, I'm sorry. So we are working hard on that. That is very alarming to me as well. But I am encouraged, because if you will look at the very bottom of what I submitted, I think it's at the bottom. If you would look at the 98 students to participate district-wide, which means students are interested in science, and this is hands-on. So if we add, like you all were talking, if we add more hands-on, I think we'll get their attention more so than we have, and the students do enjoy that, and I think the scores will show that next year.
Thank you.
May I ask about the sequencing in high school of the science courses, like 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th? What would be offered to those students at those levels?
We offer chemistry, we offer physics, anatomy and physiology, and we also had an earth and space science class, and we had a marine biology class. I'm not sure what the schedule will look like for next year, but as we talk through that, I know it is mandated that we do biology. Anatomy and physiology is another class. Chemistry will definitely be offered, and physics. The others, I do not know what the principals will decide.
So you're presently offering physics?
We did have physics at lower. We lost the physics teacher. I'm not sure. We've been looking mostly at the biology in the tested area. I don't think we had a physics class this year. I'm not sure. That's a question for the principal. So I'm not quite sure, because my focus has been what's tested, and physics is not tested. But if we have the teacher, we have the personnel. So no, we did not offer physics. But if we can hire a physics teacher, for sure we can offer it. Because in years past, we did have all of those courses. But physics teachers are hard to come by.
Well, you might think of dual enrollment.
Yeah, dual enrollment is definitely an idea.
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Earlier you stated that you all revamped, that's the term you used, remediation plans. I heard one for math, and I heard the term revamped pacing guide. You did both of those for math and science?
Math and science. 5th grade, 8th grade, biology, and the math also.
At what point in the year were those pacing guides amended?
January.
And it's January when the other two got assigned, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Daniels?
Yes, ma'am.
I see at the bottom where there was a note to some comprehensive exam data for 5th grade science, 8th grade, colleagues on page 37, and 38 and 39. I'm looking at the bottom of each chart of data. It says 39.19% of students did not test.
Yes.
So was that the test that's been given, the comprehensive?
That was a comprehensive test, yes.
That's the one that was is that the one that's going on now or last month?
That's the one that was, yes, last month. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, let's go back to Shonda Gary. Ms. Gary, I was asking, how did COVID-19 affect your program? And I'm speaking of pre-K.
Okay, good evening, everyone. In the pre-K program, we were very blessed and fortunate because of the curriculum that we use, which is the OWL curriculum. It's already outlined, and it gives you a unit theme for each week. And so we were fortunate enough to already have instructional packets available for parents. The activities were aligned to the curriculum, and they were activities that the parents could easily conduct with the students at home. So as far as disruption to our instruction, we didn't have any disruption. As a matter of fact, we were able to share with the other Delta collaboratives our lesson plans and they were able to utilize them in their school districts and carry out instruction based on the themes that are provided.
Okay, also, I see, we were told that you applied for, this ESSA grant that, deals with your tablets, and that all of your children will be able to, have the tablets the grant provided. And, can you give us an update on, did you all get approved, or what's the status?
So as of now, we haven't heard anything. Of course, they were going to notify the superintendent if we were approved, but the tablets would be signed out in the same way that the Chromebooks are signed out to the students at the beginning of the year and then signed back in at the end of the year, so the students could have access to technology at home and be able to, the teachers love to have these, the different apps. One of them is like, I can't think of the name of it, but it's aligned to the MCAS assessment. And so what the kids would be able to do is practice those items at home on the tablet, because it is an app. And so we just wanted to be able to afford them an opportunity to have something at home that they could utilize, and then, of course, they would return those tablets at the end of the year.
I thought that you, the grant called for the kids to have the Chromebooks, I mean, not Chromebooks, tablets. We were told that they would be able to have them.
No, it was outlined in the grant that the tablets would be returned. In the grant application that was submitted, that they would be signed out and then they would be signed back in. Because it is federal money, and Ms. House, am I right, Ms. House is, did assist me with that grant, with writing that grant, so we did make sure that we included that in the grant application.
Okay, I'm looking at your K through second, and I'm looking at ELA, and I'm looking at math, and the percentages. Can you elaborate a little bit on the data from August to now?
Okay, so based on, I didn't create, Ms. Johnson and myself did not create create the assessments for first and second 9 weeks. We did do create the third 9 weeks comprehensive assessment when we were given permission in Mastery Connect, when we were given access in Mastery Connect. But based on the information obtained from the curriculum team, the first 9 weeks data is based on teacher-created assessments. The second 9 weeks was based on assessments created by the curriculum team in Mastery Connect. And the third 9 weeks, of course, is going to be comprehensive. So while the first and second 9 weeks targeted specific objective standards based on the pacing guides, the third 9 weeks was to cover every standard that was supposed to be taught for the year. So when we created the assessments at least gave students 2 to 3 questions based on the standards or the objectives on the pacing guide that was created by curriculum. And as you can see, the students did fairly well in ELA. As you got to second grade, they struggled. We didn't have as much advanced proficiency in math. One of the things is that when we polled the principals about the instructional programs that they were utilizing in math, of course, we use our READY as our screener assessment and our progress monitoring, but the READY toolkit was being utilized for the math instruction, and of course, principals were pulling additional resources that they saw fit to fit their individual schools.
And so you said, I guess I'm not comprehending why you say you just did this for 39 weeks, and you said something about giving access. What are you talking about?
So in order to create the assessments, you have to have access to Mastery Connect, and it was in February. That's when we created the assessments in Mastery Connect. So that's when I was given access. Beforehand, only the curriculum personnel were creating the assessments.
So, and then you also mentioned Ms. Johnson. So, y'all work together?
Right. So Ms. Johnson and I began working together with the K through 2nd grade in February.
Can you give me, describe a typical day for you? Like, what do you do? And so, I want you to tell me about pre-K, not K through 7.
Okay, so I can give you kind of like what we're doing right now. Of course, we're getting ready to be monitored. So right now we're collecting, we have to upload certain documents to SharePoint. So for each pre-K classroom, we have to upload 5 shot records, 5 hearing and vision screenings, Brigance information, and just to go back. We were very fortunate in the pre-K program to have another data point, which is Brigance, which is a developmental screener. We were able to perform that Brigance screener on the students when we brought them in at the beginning of the year for the hearing and vision. And so it gives us another true form of data because it was a face-to-face screener where the teachers and the assistants administered it. So right now we're doing the administration of the Brigance for the students that are coming face-to-face. We're scheduling the ones that are doing virtual. And we're collecting all the data for that to be uploaded. We also have to upload teachers' licenses, teachers' resumes, teachers' transcripts if they've completed any additional programs. We have to upload that information too. This year, unfortunately, because the former Gilliam, they were transitioning into Delta Health Alliance, we didn't have to obtain that information from them. But in the past, we have to put their information in. We have to do the Brigance screenings for their students. We have to, same thing as it would apply to the classrooms at Threadgill Primary, at LaFleur County, and at Claudine Brown.
So can you give me roughly an estimate of students pre-K only from the collaborative, the Head Start, and the students that you have in this district, roughly?
So last year we had a total of 200 students with our students with Gilliam and with our students in the district. This year we're looking at an average of 99 students, and that's because of those 4 classrooms at Gilliam. But of course, we've already formed the relationship with Delta Health Alliance, so we look forward to working with them next year in their classrooms over there.
Any other questions, board members?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Ms. Gary?
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed, I was just wondering, how often do you track, 2nd to 3rd grade? And how long has the collaborative been available? How long, I asked the first question first. How long has the collaborative been available?
So the collaborative has been in the district since 2018.
Okay, so how often do you track from 2nd to 3rd grade and monitor those 3rd graders after they leave the 2nd grade?
I haven't been afforded the opportunity to do so, but I do think it would be good to do so. I know that one of the things that MDE has been doing is tracking the pre-K students to kindergarten, and now they're looking at those students as they transition from kindergarten to first, from first to second, because that's the advantage of having that Brigance screener and having the MCAS screener, because you can align it to say, well, if this child scored a 530 and they were in pre-K on the MCAS, there is a 90% chance that that student will, when they get to 3rd grade, with consistent instruction, with efficient and effective instruction, that child will be successful on the 3rd grade MAP assessment.
Okay, and I'm looking at the percentages for your ELA and math, and I just see basic percentages. It's not really down to maybe the 10th of a point or 100th of the point. I was wondering, I see, for example, ELA says for kindergarten, 75% or more advanced proficiency, or 2nd grade math, 10% or more advanced or proficient, and I was just wondering, so is that 10% of 99 students?
No, that's 10%. So The 99 students are the pre-K students.
Oh, okay.
Right. But when
Okay,
you
so
get
I
into-
didn't see a number for K1 or 2. So I apologize for that. I just, wanted a more clearer picture with the percentages that will help me gauge how many students were proficient in advanced based on the number of your group.
Okay.
So just for a little bit more accurate, a little bit more clarity, just provide the number of students
Okay.
with the percentage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Next, Iris Hurt.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Hurd. First, I just want to say kudos based on number 4, your assessment results. I'm looking at C and D, so I would say job well done on those assessments. Also, that second school in that first block with ELA, evidently you all are doing something right with that school because the scores are just continually increasing. So it would be my hope that we can use that approach at the other schools. But then when we get down to math, those 2 schools at the bottom, can you speak to what's going on there and how we can potentially improve those scores?
So I provided support for math for the beginning of the year up until January, and now Ms. Daniels and I will have conversations about what needs to happen. The biggest thing I can see that happened with math is that teachers were not able to use manipulatives like they were accustomed to using inside of the classroom. All kids were virtual, and that kind of impacted instruction in a great way.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Hurd, what instructional programs do you use in math?
So right now, different schools are using different programs. Some of them have Moby Mac. Some of them are still using iReady. They're using various programs, and we also provide different resources from our elementary instruction team for teachers as well. There are some elementary teachers who do not base their entire existence on programs. They teach from scratch, and we're proud of them too.
Any other questions, board member? No question. Cassandra Hart.
Good evening. Good evening.
So, Ms. Hart, can you just describe a typical day for you?
A typical day for me, depending on what day of the week it is, there are certain days that we have scheduled meetings, principal meetings, counselor meetings, or instructional coaching meetings. And on Wednesdays, I meet with Ms. Tanner and Ms. Greer, who have been my support in ELA at one of our 7th and 8th grade schools. But basically a typical day is making sure if there's not a meeting, making sure that reports are done, just planning for the next year, working with counselors, assisting them with what they need. There are things like now should be gearing up to make sure that we do our projections for dual enrollment for the fall, and if there are any teachers that want to be considered to be adjuncts and teach dual enrollment in the district for MDCC or Mississippi Valley, this is the time now that we will be getting their applications together to submit them to the college and the university for approval to be to teach dual enrollment for the schools. Their reports, end of year is a big time for secondary
There are a lot of things that go on, just like with middle school. The state has mandated, even though we're in COVID, they are working on the students' individual graduation plans. Some people call them individual success plans, but every 7th and 8th grader must have a plan before they move to the next level. And for every senior, those counselors have been taking care of making sure that they meet with parents in order to make sure that seniors have what they need for graduation. But aside from seniors, they will start meeting. Some have already made plans to meet with parents and freshmen, sophomore, and juniors in order to plan their course selection for next year. So that's, in my typical day, is making sure that those things that have been in progress comes to fruition so that we can be prepared for the next step for next year.
Any other question, board members? Clarissa Mays. Ms. Mays, I would like to ask you, you said that PBS is being implemented at all schools and student discipline infractions are at a minimal. What's the accurate number? Is Ms. Mays here? She's not here.
This is Ms. Parker. I don't think she received an email, but I just informed her.
Claire Ward. Is he here? Ms. Collins?
Question, Madam President?
Go ahead.
Dr. Brown or Mrs. Collins?
Good
evening.
Good afternoon.
On number 2, where you mentioned your student absences, I do know that we did have a discussion about that first school during our work session. Do you have any strategies where you can help that school and their principal reduce the number of absences there?
Well, I have spoken with their principal, and I have agreed to, if I have to call parents and help his clerk call, I have agreed to help him, and he has informed me that he received all of his Chromebooks. We had a meeting on today, and he has received all of his Chromebooks. So I am, like I said, calling parents. I will be calling parents to help him.
And thank you for that. By chance, would you like to speak to any of the assessment data that, may have stuck out to you, something that was good or something that, you can see yourself helping the school with?
Well, I do see where where one of the first school in the top, we have, he has, where you see the 3rd grade with 4%.
Yes, ma'am.
And the 4th with 11%. I am working with him on providing strategies to his teachers and also conducting classroom observations. I have been working with his teachers. He assigned me a teacher who was struggling, and I have been working with that teacher also.
Thank you so much.
So, Ms. Collins, you just go every day, you're at a different place?
Yes, ma'am. I travel to different schools every day, and my focus has been on East Florida Elementary. because those are the two schools that are in school improvement at this time.
Ms. Collins, how many third grade students, third, fourth, and fifth grade students do you have in each category? How many third, how many fourth, and how many fifth?
Ms. Lewis, I don't have that information in front of me at this time, the number of students in each grade level.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other
Yes,
questions?
ma'am.
Yolanda Greer.
Good evening, everyone.
Ms. Greer,
Yes, ma'am.
has any student achievement been increased?
Yes, with MTSS, what we're looking at is to increase the number of students in tier 1 and decrease those students in tier 2 and tier 3. In actuality, from last year to this year with COVID, the numbers increased because we had students reported for receiving D's and F's because they weren't attending or absentee. However, if you look at the data from the beginning of the school year to now, those numbers are decreasing in tier 3 because we're addressing those issues. There's a district-wide attendance intervention plan in place that most schools are putting in place for those students with those absentees.
Any questions, board members? No questions from Ms. Greer. Mayor Johnson.
Great evening.
Any questions?
Ms. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
so what is the biggest challenge you see when you are observing virtually?
First of all, as far as English learners and the gift classes, I think Ms. Heard earlier about the housing.
You breaking up, Ms. Johnson?
Okay, can I hear this now?
Barely.
Okay, got it. Okay, I think the biggest challenge, we have asked the hands-on activities and so forth. And it wasn't that it was my schools, it's just attendance.
Ms. Johnson, we cannot hear you.
Okay. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that better? That's better. Okay, great. Okay, as far as the me and observing the classes, for as English learners, we have participation issues. For us getting them to actually come, we've been contacting parents, trying to see what the issue is for us them logging on, and also the hands-on for us them being able to interact because it is virtual. And actually keeping the participation rate up. So one of the greatest issues for us English learners, with my gifted students, I really haven't run into a lot of issues with them actually participating, but my English learners actually getting that attendance up. So once they get on there, for the most part, they will interact and participate, actually making sure that that attendance rate stay where it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question, board members? Coach Gatewood?
Question, Madam President.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good
Good evening.
Where are you, Coach Gatewood? Raise your hand so I can see you. I see you.
Dr. Brown or Mr. Gatewood, if it's possible, can you publicly speak to the status of the championship rings for the Greenwood High basketball team? As I apologize if I'm mistaken, but the board was informed that the rings should have been delivered at the end of February, but of course we're in April, and the young men have not been awarded the rings.
Dr. Bailey, I actually spoke with the sales rep on Saturday. The rings are en route. I can actually, I spoke with Mr. Johnson this morning about it. The day they ordered the rings, it was had to been at least 10 weeks before they was able to make them and ship them. I have been giving Mr. Johnson a day-by-day report. When it's come to me, I tell Mr. Johnson about it. When they had to go through the molding, they went through the process. These are actually being made. They're not a ring that they actually stocked. It actually was designed and made especially for the Greenwood High School basketball team. We wanted to get them a ring that represent our class, what our district is about, and not just go out and just get a stock ring. And I spoke with Mr. Johnson. I actually sent him a picture this morning on the championship ring. The rings actually look like this here. They have been tailor-made for our kids, not a stock ring, but a ring that will impress and show the people in the community why it was worth the wait. It wasn't a ring they just went got and put their name on it with a state championship ball on it. It was a ring that they could be respectful, be respected in the community, that they know it was worth the wait. It's been a year since the kids have competed, won the championship, and we just wanted to send them out with a blast. We also, once we received the rings, we would start making a progress as far as setting up a small banquet to present the rings to the players. I think it needs to be done in a special way because they are special kids. This is the first state title that Greenwood have won, Greenwood High School have won in the school history. So we wanted to make sure that they have the perfect ring.
So do you have an estimated date, or will we possibly be in May before the rings arrive?
Well, the banquet, we really don't want to have the banquet until May, due to the fact that you still have kids that played last year would be just getting out of school. And we want to make sure that we do it right. We want to make sure we get it right the first time and not just say we threw something together. So once we have received the rings, we'll start our actual planning then, because I don't want to plan before and we have kids that's not here to present, get presented their rings.
Again, do we have a date, an estimated date?
Only thing I know, he's told me they'll be shipped this week here. We should receive them this week.
All right, thank you. On your report, on the back page of your report, you mentioned the need for 2 more athletic stadium workers.
Yeah.
This is specifically at Amanda Ells and LaFleur County High School. With that being documented, is it safe to say that the individual that's hired as an athletic maintenance person only works at Greenwood High School?
It's safe to say that, and I apologize, speaking on behalf of my district, speaking on behalf of my department, we have 3 people in my department. I have an executive assistant, which is my secretary. I have Otis Johnson, which is my stadium helper. He take care of Greenwood High School, and he have so much at Greenwood High School he have to do. And first of all, he's operating without a vehicle. Second of all, it's only him, and we have 3 high schools. So Otis have been taking care of Greenwood High School. Anthony Williams, which is another coach, have been taking care of Amanda Elsie. Anthony Williams is a coach that he dedicated himself and take pride in the field at Elsie, and so he take care of Elsie. At LaFleur, I didn't have anyone to get after we had one person that was doing it, and he no longer worked for the district anymore, and it just fell to the wayside. You know, I talked to Mr. Gary, I talked to Mr. Howard about making sure they help us with those areas over there to ensure that we keep LaFleur where it needs to be.
So Mr. Gatewood, for clarification, Coach Williams is not on salary as an athletic maintenance worker, correct?
That's true.
So the district is paying somebody under the umbrella of athletic maintenance for the district to only work at Greenwood High, and Amanda Hills and LaFleur are not receiving those same services, correct?
That's true.
That's a problem. That is all right, my next question.
Can I address that problem, Mr. Bailey?
You can ask Dr. Brown. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Dr. Brown, may I address that statement?
Yes, but Mr. Gatewood, if you can, please don't call out the names of personnel.
I would not. I apologize for that. Mr. Bailey, on behalf of the athletic department, we strive to do the best that we can what we have. Operating off a small budget, we have 3 people in the department. We have taken on 2 other schools. Otis Johnson was hired. My mistake, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gatewood, Dr. Brown, go ahead.
I apologize. I apologize. The maintenance person that works in the athletic department, he take care of Greenwood High School. That's true. He's been taking care of Greenwood High School for the last 12, 13 years. And what he does at Greenwood High School, he mows the grass twice a week. He mows the middle school and the practice field in the high school field. He also takes care of the maintenance equipment that needs to be taken care of at the stadium. Now, when we became the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District Athletic Department, we added 2 more schools with the same helper. And speaking on behalf of my maintenance person that take care of that field, he's overworked. We're trying to do 2 or 3 fields. There's no way impossible. If you look at the maintenance department that cut grass now, they have taken on 12 schools, and they have enough time already trying to take care of those 12 schools. So speaking on behalf of my maintenance person, I just think, and like I told Dr. Brown, told Mr. Johnson, the only way we can clear this map, is either we have hired 2 more staff workers to help out with the maintenance needs, or we need to consolidate 1 school.
So Mr. Gatewood, I'm often reminded that we're one school district, that we're no longer separate. So when I understand somebody that works for the district under, just say like transportation, they work for the entire district and not necessarily a specific school. And either we have some falsification as it pertains to job duties and responsibilities, or somewhere there's a level of miscommunication as it pertains to such. But I will move on and just point out that again, LaFleur and Elsie are going without while the district is funding an individual to work at Greenwood High solely. My final question, as it pertains to your report, you did mention a meeting on March the 24th. You did provide documentation of an agenda for that as it pertains to the band and choir, if I'm not mistaken. So can you speak to what's going on in that area? Because it is my understanding that either those students or parents are definitely having some concern as they feel as if those particular areas are falling by the wayside.
Well, Mr. Bailey, to speak to the meeting I had with the band and choir meeting, like I told them, and I'm telling you all right now, that I met with them about the needs. The needs at the time was we was trying to promote spring sports. Spring sports was approved in January. We got the final approval in March 18th. And trying to meet the needs because spring sports go to a certain limit of time in April. We was fighting, trying to get bus, meal, trying to get the kids out, and we did not neglect spring when it comes to band and choir. Like I told them, We're just trying to prioritize them now. None of those bands or choirs will perform in the spring. So, you know, we tried to prioritize what was more important at the moment. So when we approved the spring sports in January, we never did approve the budget nor the supplement. So like I was telling them, prioritize. You know, we've been trying to prioritize when it comes to athletic department because we're trying to meet deadlines.
Thank you, Ms. Gaywood.
Coach Gaywood, so you say you are asking for a helper at Amanda Elder High School and a helper at LaFleur County High School, correct?
Yes, ma'am, because we really need it. We really need it. You know, it's just a lot to do for one man for the district. And when you look at the athletic department, when you think of the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School athletic department, you think of three people. You think of a secretary, you think of a maintenance helper, and you think of the chief athletics.
Okay.
So, you know, you get things done because, let me speak on my maintenance person. He does go around.
Mr. Gabriel, let's just move on for the sake of time and we can just have a private conversation.
I have one other question for you, Coach Gaywood. When Miss Abraham and I were going around to the schools, we saw several ice machines that were not hooked up or properly working. So we're just asking, can you look at those ice machines to make sure that athletics can have working? I think some of them were even brand new. Am I correct, Ms. Abraham?
They were. They've never been out of the package.
Yeah, some of them are brand new in packages, and we just want you to take a look at them to make sure that those athletes have ice machines.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Coach.
Is that at Greenwood High, Madam President?
I cannot recall, Dr. Bailey, what school it was. Any other questions? Any other questions, board members? Okay, Mr. Shannon Storm. My question, Mr. Storms, would be, I want to know, how do you manage your repairs? And when I say manage, I'm saying like the turnaround time, like from the time the person reports it to you, and when you reply to them, and then when you get it back, what's the turnaround time, approximately?
Okay, well, there's multiple devices really for repair. The biggest thing that we do are Chromebook repairs for students. And those devices, we have to work with a third-party repair center. We are not the ones that are doing the repairs ourselves. So basically, they report it to us in email. At that point, saying that we need to come pick up the device. We'll send someone out to pick up those devices. Mostly they are in stacks. When we get there, it's not just a handful at a time. So once we pick those up, we bring them back. We have to go through a spreadsheet on our end to determine serial numbers, make sure they are our devices, because we have had that problem. Once we verify they are ours, we're under warranty. We then have to do a claim online to the claims center by putting in all of our basic information, what happened to it, serial number, things of that nature, and they will send us a label for return in email within 24 to 48 hours. So this is per device. So the sheer amount of damaged items and devices that we pick up on a weekly basis takes quite a bit of time to get processed to the claim center. Then they send labels on a daily basis because it's up to the point now where we're getting them daily. And then we go back through our stack and then, process those, ship them, pack them, and then take them off to the local Walgreens because that's a FedEx pickup center. So turnaround times do vary weekly, depending on how many we get and how many are reported.
So initially, do you give out loaner devices, or is that your area? Or do you just, once you get them, do you make sure the students are, because you know that most of our students are learning virtually now, so I'm saying, is that your area, or you don't do that?
Yes, ma'am, half of that or most of that could be our area. We do try and supply extras to the principals at some point. We have ran out a couple of times. We have gotten behind due to testing, trying to get labs and things working, and have not taken some to the schools, but we have caught back up with repairs. We had just dropped off, matter of fact, this week, today, they dropped off 72 going back to the claims center, and 60 Chromebooks were dropped off on the 1st last week back to schools that were repaired. So what is tending to happen is the school will have an extra one on hand. A student will turn in for repair. At that point, they will issue one at the school level. And then at that point, the student's taken care of, and then they will tell us to come by and pick up their damaged items. So most of the time, the school level will replace it with something they already have. But when they do run out, we try and get all the repairs we can, dig in the boxes. We have to go to the warehouse, pick up those devices that have been repaired, bring them back to our central office, go through each box, claim it, file it. It's a bit of a process. But we try to get as many as we can back to the school in a timely manner, especially if they say we are out, we don't have any to issue to students at all. We will usually make that process a little faster and find some to get back to them so they can issue back out to the student.
And how many tech guys do you have?
Including me, that would be 4.
Do you think you have adequate staffing?
I would have said yes before the pandemic, but now the amount of devices we handle on a daily basis has doubled, and I would say truly doubled, if not more than that. So repairs of staff, and I'll tell you, if we had teachers that were in classrooms and we had to deal with those work orders as well, I would truly say no, we do not have enough. Right now, we are making it. We are doing everything possible. We approach it on a 24-hour basis. We used to have a weekly plan that is now down to 24 hours.
Any other questions, board members? Talise Hudson. Board members, do you have any questions for Talise Hudson?
Madam President.
Yeah.
Dr. Brown or Ms. Hudson, is she on? Ms. Hudson?
I am. Yes, I'm on. Hello.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Can you speak to any issues or challenges that you all or your department has had in regards to transporting the students since we've started the hybrid schedule?
Certainly. We have met some challenges, and we will use the word barriers. We've met those since March 15th. We work with the parents, we work with the principals to overcome all issues. Of course, we do our very best to make sure that the needs of our students are met, and in doing so, we have had some ups and downs with scheduling because we are running non-traditional stops. We have explained this to the principals. The principals have had detailed parent meetings with parents about that. And unfortunately, we cannot satisfy everyone concerned, but we do what's best for the student, get the student to and from school in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board member? Darryl Gary.
Question, Madam President?
Go ahead.
Dr. Brown or Mr. Gary, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
On your report, when we talk about staff oversight, can you speak to how you monitor that?
How do I monitor my staff? Daily. No disrespect, but I am a working chief. I don't sit behind my desk. All day long, I do get out and grind with my guys when needed. I assist as needed as on a daily basis. So I do pretty much monitor them pretty much all day. I'd rather be in my in my office.
And Ms. Geary, I can appreciate your grind. Just for internal control purposes, if a light needs to be replaced at, let's say, East Elementary, just by chance, while you're out doing your daily visits, you'll just look to make sure that that light has been replaced in a timely fashion?
Yes, sir. What I have in place with that now, it's gonna work out just a little better. You know, I have we have come up with maintenance personnel stationed in escrow, and what I did, I created a target list. And their target list that I've been having, of course, their list consists of key things that must be done to ensure that building is in operational excellence for teachers and students. So what my guys do, when they touch ground at a school, they walk around. Of course, it's their job to overlook and see whatever it is that's needed. Based on their target list, they know if they're looking at their light. If their light is out, it is the custodian's responsibility to change the bulb. After the custodian changes the bulb, if that fixture do not light up, it is maintenance personnel job is to change their balance out. Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Geary.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gare,
Yes.
in regards to the, some of the actual conditions of the school, do we have any schools that have roofs that are leaking?
Yes, ma'am. I've been talking, working with Mr. Johnson. We right now in the process. I do have that prioritized list, that sheet that I will be giving him, and it is a list of roofs around the district that need to be taken care of. Of course, as Banks and Auditorium, we are patching that as a rubber roof, but we maintenance personnel, we do what we can to once that leak occur, we do what we can to stop it, to slow it down, but it most definitely needs attention. At Banks and Auditorium, the cafeteria at Bankston, Threadgill Primary, those are 3-tab shingles. That's bad, they haven't been changed out, they need to be replaced. It drops off from a gable roof, 3-tab, down into the flats, which the flats are real bad at Threadgill Primary. The vocational center, Site 1, Greenwood High, right on Sycamore, is bad, need attention. Wing 8, Greenwood High, need attention. Greenwood High Cafeteria, need attention. I'm working close with Mr. Johnson on that. I will be giving him that list, and I will really appreciate if we can move on it and get that done, because if we can take care of that, they're gonna stop a whole lot of ballast being blown from leaky roofs. That's gonna make our walls look better. We have to repair the walls a lot from leaky roofs. Ceiling tiles we spend a lot on from leaky roofs. Of course, with leaky roof, damage to floor tile, we spend a lot of money on. But maintenance, we are working on it. Make no excuse, the buildings are old. I really been praying about this thing about new schools. We need them badly, but we're gonna do what we can do until our change comes.
Thank you, Mr. Gare. We do need new schools, and our students do deserve them.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Mr. Gary, Ms. Abraham and I appreciate you being with us on our school board tour, and we're working diligently to get our report together. Ms. Abraham and I to turn it in to Dr. Brown, and we're going to ask Dr. Brown to please provide you and Mr. Johnson our feedback.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I really enjoy walking around with y'all. I take a lot of steps around the district on a daily basis, but I tell you, walking around with y'all, I don't know. I was worn out. I guess I took some steps that I don't normally take. But to just kind of speak on that for a minute, when we did that walkthrough, of course I jotted down everything that that you all pointed out. Which, y'all, I'm being honest, you didn't miss a thing. I mean, I thought maybe some that you probably overlooked. No, y'all didn't. And just want to let you know that we are moving on that. Those bubblehead TVs, Ms. Milton.
Yes, sir.
All of them are down at middle school. We are at the middle school. I did jot down everything that we saw, and middle school is pretty much completed, and they will be going on to Greenwood High and the other schools. So we are moving on that list, and we will get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Gary.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Dr. Brown, is there any reason we don't have a report for CTC, federal programs and finance?
CTC's report was with the principal's report last week. We just kind of transferred the report, so we'll get that one out of that stack and put it in with this one. But her report was actually with the one from last week. Federal programs.
Is she available?
Yes, ma'am.
I am.
She's there.
So that's Ms. McLaurin. Do you have any questions, board members? We don't have the actual copy in front. Go ahead, Ms. Dr. Moore.
Ms. McLaurin, do you see in the future where we could be increasing programs in the future for the CTE, and what programs do you all have available?
Good evening. Yes, ma'am. I actually have two parent meetings scheduled for next week, where we will reach out to the community to see what program they feel are needed and will be more beneficial to our community. Right now, we have culinary arts, health science, we have carpentry, digital media, simulation, and animation, and we have health science and teacher academy.
Those are all the programs that we have?
Yes, ma'am. And we have work-based learning.
So how many is that?
It's a total of 9.
Are any of those involved with dual enrollment at Mississippi Delta Community College?
No, ma'am.
So, we don't have, what is it called, they had teacher academy?
Yes, we have teacher academy.
Okay.
What is your student count or student enrollment, Ms. McLaurin?
We currently have 234 students enrolled in CTE programs.
Question?
Ms. McLaurin, how many completers will you have this year?
Ma'am?
How many completers will you have at the end of this year?
I do not have that information in front of me.
Okay.
Question, Madam President. Dr. Brown and Ms. McLaurin, good evening. Can you speak to any challenges that you faced since being in this position?
Right now, I've been working with MDE, getting a lot of personnel situations straight. I've been working with them with the work-based learning program. With the new Learn to Earn Act, there's going to be a revamp to the work-based learning program. So MDE staff will be here next Friday to work with myself and the work-based learning teacher that we have.
So are you utilizing Dr. Green in any kind of way?
Yes, Dr. Green, she helps me with classroom observations.
So what is the name of that test that you all take in the spring?
Right now, our students are taking national certification tests. We have, I think it's 4 different national certification tests. NCCER is a health science test, a construction test, SAFE-CERT, which is a culinary test, and then CPAS is the name of the test that all will be taking it starting on April 20th.
And so how many students will take that CPAS?
234, all our students will test.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, is, Ms. Cynthia House available?
I am. Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Ms. House, you the quietest person in the district, but I promise
I
you.
thought you all were gonna overlook me. I was about to
No,
feel
ma'am.
bad.
No, ma'am,
Ms. House, you said you thought or you were hoping?
No, I'm ready.
we noticed that you get the job done. You're the quietest person in this district, but we always see something coming from your office.
Yes, I do my best, give my 100% every day to get the things done, to keep the district in compliance.
Yes, ma'am. Board members, do you have any questions?
Madam President, Dr. Brown, Ms. House, on your report, everything says completed. So is there anything that you are working on?
It is. I am preparing for the April 28th, 29th monitoring visit that we have coming up. I am collecting, this week I'm collecting artifacts from the schools. So I visited 4 schools today. I have 4 more tomorrow and 4 more Thursday. I conducted training with those principals 2 weeks prior to let them know what it was that I will be looking for as far as the artifact that MDE will be monitoring virtually on April 28th and 29th. I am preparing to complete the ESSER 2 grant application, and then after that, I'll be working on completing the FY22 regular grant application for this year, and after that, I'll be working on the ESSER 3 grant application.
You think you can get an ESSER 4 in there too, Ms. House?
I don't know about that. I think ESSER 3 is going to be it. That's going to be the last big pot.
All right, thank you, Ms. House.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. House? Or this other report that we have? Is Ms. Washington on, Dr. Brown? Oh, she's actually not. All right. We thank you, chiefs, for gracing us with your presence on tonight. And you all have a good evening. Dr. Brown.
Next, we have, board policy BBBCB, school board member visits to schools.
Board members, this is another policy that we need to move down. To the end of the agenda.
Dr. Brown.
Next, we have board policy GBRIA, Family and Medical Leave Act.
Board members, policy GBRIA is the COVID paid sick leave policy, where in January the board extended it to the end of March. We are now into April, and this policy revision extends the paid sick leave to June 30th, 2021, with the same revision that states that employees who have previously exhausted this leave under this policy prior to December 31st, 2020 are not eligible.
So we don't actually have right up in our, okay, Dr. Brown.
The Greenville LaFleur Consolidated School District's Board of Trustees is requesting to suspend board policy BDC, board policy adoption in order to immediately approve the revision of board policy GBRIA, Family and Medical Leave Act.
Chair will entertain a motion to suspend board policy BDC, board policy adoption in order to immediately approve the revision of board policy GBRIA, Family and Medical Leave Act.
So moved.
It's been motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Next, we have approval of work-based learning WBL credit bearing course codes 995010 and 995011 for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Pruitt.
The school district is seeking approval to include the work-based learning credit-bearing course codes 995010 and 995011 in the secondary course offerings for the 2021-2022 school year. This will allow us to complete the annual work-based learning compliance submission form for career and technical education. It will also provide the opportunity to extend work-based learning to all 3 high schools.
So this is the career and tech class.
Yes, ma'am. It's the same as the career pathway experience that students are currently in, along with what we normally would say DO student. And so the difference now is MDE is requiring a credit-bearing course to be approved by the school board before we move forward with expanding it to the other locations.
Any questions, board members? Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends school board approval to include the work-based learning WBL credit-bearing course in the secondary course offerings for the 2021-2022 school year.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the work-based learning credit-bearing course in the secondary course offerings for 21-22 school year. It's been motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Approval of Delta Health Alliance Memorandum of Understanding for Students with Disabilities. Ms. Cole.
The Special Education Department must serve students with disabilities at Delta Health Alliance, formerly Giving Them Head Start. These students require educational and speech language services. This MOU will ensure compliance and IEP implementation for students ages 3, 4, and 5.
Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends school board approval of the Delta Health Alliance's Memorandum of Understanding regarding the rules and regulations of IDEA and for the implementation of IEPs.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the Delta Health Alliance MOU regarding the rules and regs of IDEA and for the implementation of IEPs. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Next, on page 42, the 2020 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant for School Food Authorities. Mr. Johnson.
On April the 13th, 2021, the Food Service Department will apply for the 2020 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant for school food authorities through the Mississippi Department of Education on behalf of Bankston Elementary and Greenwood High School. If awarded, the grant could provide up to $20,781.25 per school toward the purchase of a serving line.
Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends school board approval for the Food Service Department to submit the 2020 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant for school food authorities through the Mississippi Department of Education on behalf of Bankston Elementary and Greenwood High School.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the Food Service Department to submit the 2020 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant for school food authorities through MDE on behalf of Bankston Elementary and Greenwood High School.
Question, Madam President.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, Dr. Brown, you know my question. Why Bankston and Greenwood High?
Those was the two schools that was the most need. Ms. Howard, I did speak with her, and she assured me that those two schools' food line hadn't been changed in years, and she had previously done requests that had taken care of the county schools for a serving line, and she did indicate that those in your ward had been taken care of in the last 3 years.
Thank you. So moved, Madam President.
Second.
It's been motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown, can you tell us what page?
Can we go back to page 37, that's the one for tabling? Page 37, approval of inventory removal.
You say go back to this.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Flowers says she just needs a motion for tabling.
Okay, yes or no, yes? Chair will entertain a motion to table, approval of inventory removal, and let the record show that the board needs more time to read the police report.
Question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
The list that particular list is not the additional list, is it? That's the one we received last week?
It's the one you received last week, but it includes the requested, police report.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Can I get a motion? The motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown, please tell me what page.
Okay, page 123.
All right.
Approval of request to solicit private funding for school district facilities projects. Mr. Johnson.
The Greenville LaFleur Consolidated School District is requesting authorization to solicit private funding for school district facility projects from individuals and businesses.
Was this in our work session packet? It was. We discussed this.
I don't know, Madam President. I was gonna ask a question.
I don't recall seeing it. Yeah.
I think I saw it, but I don't think we went into any discussion.
May I ask a question, Madam President?
Go ahead.
Dr. Brown and Mr. Johnson, can you just give me an idea of what type of projects, if approved, we would be asking for assistance or funding for?
That would include new facilities, any funding toward any facility project that the district would undertake.
And so,
Who would you be seeking these funds from?
who and how?
I mean, we would solicit it through requests, letter requests, and based on whatever private businesses or sectors that provide private funding for school districts, we would solicit to those individuals. There would be non-federal funds. It would be private funding from businesses or individuals that may be philanthropists that would donate towards school districts.
You're referring to like the philanthropists, the foundations, the nonprofit charities?
Yes, ma'am.
Or individuals that would want to sponsor something?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam President?
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, can you just provide maybe 1 or 2 examples of projects?
Well, the main project is roofing for one, if that's at the board's discretion. But based on our walkthrough the other day, we have numerous facilities needs. Even if we don't look at doing, moving forward with new facilities, we have to do some repairs on the current facilities that we have.
So if we voted to choose you to solicit the private funding, we still would have to approve it.
You still would have to
done.
approve anything.
So if somebody's a billionaire that happens to come through Greenwood and they're going to help us out, we could vote on that, right?
Yes.
The superintendent recommends school board approval of the request to authorize district administration to solicit private funding for school district facilities projects from individuals and business.
Chair will entertain a motion, to authorize district administration to solicit private funding for school district facility projects from individuals and businesses.
So moved.
Second.
The motion is second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Page 124, permission to salvage scrap metal and use funds towards uniform rental for maintenance and custodial staff. Mr. Johnson.
The Greenville Flood Consolidated School District is requesting permission from the school board to sell scrap metal located throughout the district and deposit the proceeds into the district accounts toward rental fees of work uniforms for maintenance and custodians. These items are not on the Glcsd fixed asset listing, and it says see other attachment for information. And just to give you an example of the scrap metals, it would be things that were located, old trailers that unfixable, old tractors, different vehicles throughout the district that are no longer operable and have been taken off inventory, but it's still located on district grounds.
So, Dr. Brown, now do we offer uniforms for our maintenance and custodial staff?
They have uniforms, but I think that expense came out of pocket, and the wear and tear on them is kind of difficult at times to just keep purchasing new uniforms. And so we want to, well, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Gear, want to look at how can they help the individuals in that department to assist them with purchasing uniforms.
Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends that the school board grant permission to sell scrap metal and deposit the proceeds in the district account towards the rental fees of work uniforms for the maintenance workers and custodians.
So you saying that it would go in the district's account, and so the district would purchase the uniforms for the workers? Chair will entertain a motion to grant permission to sell scrap metal and deposit the proceeds in the district account towards the rental fees of work uniforms for the maintenance workers and custodians.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown, please tell me your page.
Page 131. Approval of submission of the 2021-2022 Mississippi Community Oriented Policing Services in Schools, the MCOPS grant. Mr. Jones.
The Greenville Flood Consolidated School District is requesting approval of the submission of a $50,000 grant through the MCOS program established within the Mississippi Department of Education Office of Safe and Orderly Schools Division of School Safety for the operation and program support of its 4 school resource officers. The grant period is from July the 1st, 2021 to June the 30th, 2022. The purpose of this grant is to increasing and enhancing of community policing throughout the state, providing SRO to play an integral part in the development and or enrichment of a comprehensive school safety plan, and provide a direct link between the school district and local emergency responders.
Question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Dr. Brown, Mr. Johnson, can you speak to the accuracy of this information, particularly number 10 on both of the assessment reports? Well, on all of them, really.
Which page?
142, 143, and 145, if I'm correct? Or did I move too far? Number 10.
I had to double check those numbers, but my assumption is that they was pulled directly from the school's reports.
Okay. Thank you.
The superintendent recommends that the school board approve the submission of a $50,000 grant application for the Mississippi Community Oriented Policing Services in Schools Program, MCOPS, for the 2021-2022 school year.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the submission of a $50,000 grant application for Mississippi Community Oriented Policy Policing Services in Schools Program for 2021-2022. It's been motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Ms. Flowers, could you please let the record show that for any reports, any grants, and any documents that will be given to this chair in a timely manner so I can have time to read over them, because this chair has short-term memory. Dr. Brown.
Approval to accept donations of 6 hand sanitizing stations and 6 water stations. Mr. Johnson.
The Greenville Flood Consolidated School District is requesting approval to accept a donation of 6 hand sanitizing stations and 6 water stations from the parents of public schools of Greenwood and LaFleur County Incorporated as the recipient of an award from the Parents of Public Schools National Executive Director Joanna Mickens on behalf of the partnership with Amera Group. You have attached pages that gives additional information concerning the award.
So was this in our board pack, in our work session? So, y'all need additional time to read. Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends school board approval for a donation of 6 hand sanitizing stations and 6 water stations from Parents for Public Schools of Greenwood and LaFleur County Incorporated.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve to accept a donation of 2 truckloads of plastic bottles and hand sanitizers from FEMA. Chair will entertain a motion, to approve a donation of 6 hand sanitizing stations and 6 water stations from Parents for Public Schools of Greenwood and LaFleur County Incorporated. The motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried, this is a good gesture, and we would like to thank those people for donating to us, but this board would just like to have information that we will have time to digest it.
Madam President, if
Yeah.
I may, and I certainly support what you're saying, but if I'm not mistaken, an email was included, and the email may have come to the district after I was, but I certainly agree with what you're saying.
Thank you. Dr. Brown.
Page 175. Approval to accept donations of hand sanitizers. Mr. Johnson.
Greenville Flood Consolidated School District is requesting approval to accept a donation of 2 truckloads of plastic bottle hand sanitizers from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And it says see attached document. Now this one did come late. This was probably the one that was referring. I think the previous one was in the board pack, but this one was sent and it needed immediate attention because it was a first come, first served basis.
Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends school board approval to accept a donation of 2 truckloads of plastic bottle hand sanitizers from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve to accept a donation of 2 truckloads of plastic bottle hand sanitizers from FEMA. We have a question.
So, Mr. Johnson, how do you all plan to distribute 2 truckloads?
Well, we had a warehouse space. We would have them in, then we would have to separate it and get them separated by school. We won't be, they have the number of individual items if you look on the back page, but we're not sure exactly how they will be boxed until we receive them. Then once we receive them, we have to try to divide them out evenly amongst the 12 schools.
So So are they personal, or are they like, institution size?
You have, it's gonna be various sizes. You have like the 3-ounce small bottles, you have the 8-ounce, you have the 12-ounce, the 30-ounce, and the 34 ounces. So it'll be a combination of both. Well, a combination of both.
Need a motion to approve? Sharon, sign motion? Oh, it's been motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown.
Page 186. Approved to accept a donation from Mrs. Freddie White Johnson. Mrs. Freddie White Johnson donated face masks to the district. And you have, each of you have a packet of the face masks that she donated. The superintendent recommends school board approval to accept a donation of face masks from Mrs. Freddie White Johnson.
Chair will entertain a motion to accept the donation of face masks from Mrs. Freddie White Johnson.
So moved.
The motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. This board would like to thank Ms. Freddie White Johnson. Dr. Brown.
Board members, included in the work session package, we didn't reprint all of those, were job descriptions. So these, page 187, approval of job descriptions. Attached are job descriptions. We have a list of the names of job descriptions for the positions listed.
I think this is one, well, I'm just gonna make a motion that we table this, this particular section, the job description.
Page 614.
No, ma'am, 187.
Oh, okay. The superintendent recommends school board approval of the job descriptions listed above for the 2021-2022 school year for the Greenwood and Florida Consolidated School District.
The chair would like to make a motion to table this item.
Second.
It's been motioned and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. Dr. Brown, please give me the page number. 614.
Page 614. Monthly financial reports, Mrs. Puddle.
Good evening. Attached are the financial reports for the month ending March 2021. The following reports are attached: the cash balance report, fund balance report, budget status report, cash flow statement, bank reconciliations report, claims docket. Expenditures to date are within budgeted amounts, and the cash balances on hand are sufficient to cover immediate and current projected expenses, and the claims dockets have been reviewed and approved by the superintendent.
Any questions, board members? Go ahead. Page 726.
Dr. Brown, 947864. We were never given any documents for that.
Can you repeat those numbers, Ms. Puddle?
947864.
This is the information that was discussed during the executive session.
I remember that, but we never actually saw
Yeah, we
any
went.
documents from.
We asked for documentation from Ms. Washington that night, and we never provided email or.
Okay, because I would say, I know I emailed the document from the this organization, as well as a letter from the district's attorney, which contained the information that we received from there. As far as the information requested from Ms. Washington, I'll check on that for you. But the information that Ms. Washington forwarded me came from this particular organization, as well as I emailed a letter regarding the advice received.
Can you give it to us again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Brown, I have the claim here if you need to take a look at it.
Brown. So we want to, approve the whole, claims docket except for claim number 947864. So could you put that in your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we ready.
Okay, the
Wait a
superintendent.
minute, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Page 727, Holly,
Mhm.
third claim down. What type of, outsourcing was that? What type of entity is that?
947897, number 3 from the top, Dr. Brown. Or Ms. Pullman.
Do you see that, Mr. Johnson?
727. Number 3 down, 947897.
It says outsource work.
What type of entity?
So, this was emergency repairs on, buses for student transportation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends that the school board approve the March financial reports and the payment of claims 947796 through 947974, with the exception of claims number 947864 for the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School
Say
District.
the last number one more time, 947.
947864.
All right, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the March financial reports and the payment of claims 947796 through 947974 for GLCSD excluding, claim number 947864. It's been motioned and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is carried, Dr. Brown.
Next, you have the consent agenda, which includes minutes of the regular board meeting of Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, minutes of special call board meeting of Thursday, March 18th, 2021, minutes of special call board meeting on Monday, March 22nd, 2021, minutes of special call board meeting of Friday, March 26th, 2021, minutes and the minutes of work session of Wednesday, March 31st, 2021.
Any questions, board members? All right, Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends
I'm sorry,
approval.
Dr. Brown.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis.
I mean, they've already been voted on, I just wanted to ask.
Can we still have to make this one again? Dr. Brown.
The superintendent recommends approval of the consent agenda.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
It's been motioned and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is carried. Ms. Lewis.
Claim number 947964. That's my notes, I can get that to you.
What page is that?
947964.
What page are
Page
you on?
728. What do we use that for?
Can you repeat that claim number one more time?
Okay. 947964.
783?
That's the basketball championship billboard.
Okay, okay. He's not reading on mine. That's good.
The rental, okay.
It's good. Okay.
Okay, after consent agenda, the chair will entertain a motion to, consideration of the executive session. It's been motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried.